Good morning. It's the 19th of February, 2026, 0800 Central Standard Time. All the times on my screens and that I refer to here are Central Standard. This is Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash close. It's 3 o'clock if you don't do that time. And it's my virtual trading journal, as I said. So I'm not licensed to provide trading or financial advice, and I don't intend to, but it's my trading journal. So I trade live futures with Bookmap on my live funded AMP account. Now, I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to get around that. I'm not going to not trade live, and I'm going to, I am going to guarantee transparency and accountability. And after all, this is my trading journal, so I'm not trying to keep anything from myself, right? Everything I see on my video is captured here, and the only way I get what I was thinking at the moment into the recording and the stream is my narration. So when I'm anticipating a trade, that's as detailed as I can get it for my own use, right? And if it resonates with you or doesn't, and you think you should do something different, mind your risk, and that's up to you. So let's get on with the numbers here. I'm not monetized in any way, by the way, so your likes and subs would really be appreciated. And I stream in 1440p, so if it's not crystal clear, look at the gear on YouTube. Also, there's a disclaimer in the description here. So the reports, we've had a couple out already. We had the Philly Fed, and we had some of the jobless numbers. Continuing jobless claims, initial jobless claims, a little bit fishy as usual. Now with the, like this 160,000 increase in non-farm payroll jobs, which is anticipated by most everybody that watches the market just to be an exaggeration, which is really too bad. So here we are. This is investing.com, which is my initial news source, because I like the format, and they've changed it now. They've made it a lot bigger, and this kind of crap is just ridiculous, but it's changed a lot about the last month. However, you can filter it to whatever you'd like. Obviously, this is the free version, so you see these ads popping up all over the place. The reason for that is I want to try to make any resources I use here to be available to anyone. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. They are paid for. You got to pay for them to use them. So there you go. Now, the thing about investing.com, a couple of things I like about it. Number one, you notice how the titles of the event turn to a link. So if you don't know what the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index is, you can click this link, go there, learn about the report, see all the times that it's been released over the months, etc. Second is they only report and track traditional economic events. The Philly Fed, jobless claims, non-farm payroll, CPI, PMI, those normal things. Also, they have earnings. And this, I'm not going to bother printing these anymore because it's so many. Walmart was out today. Of course, it was a big hit. That's the earnings just for the day. So, yeah, we're in earnings season, full tilt boogie. The Max 7 have already reported all but NVIDIA, which is going to be the 25th, I believe. I believe they've all reported now. So let's get back to the economic calendar and move to my second news source, which is Financial Juice. Also free, also filterable, but not as much so as investing.com. And they have two functions basically here, or formats. The left side is kind of their calendar and docket, and the right side is more of a live Squawk Box idea. Now, one thing that they do in Financial Juice that I like a lot and I really appreciate is non-typical economic events which may disrupt our auction or present a risk to our auction. Things like this thing here that's just been entered, this Trump Board of Peace thing. Trump visits local business. Trump predicts podcast, participates in a podcast, all this kind of stuff. You'll never see this. And look at this thing. 1250, 1330, 1430, 1500. Jesus Christ. That's going to wipe out the entire afternoon and this morning from 8 o'clock. Might as well go back to bed. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him doing these kind of things or anybody doing these kind of things, but unless you've been living under a rock, you must be aware that any of these opportunities, when they get near a microphone or a camera, can have a huge disruption to our auction. And that is risk. And the primary objective of a trader is to preserve your account, and the way you do that is risk management. So if you have all these potential unknown risk events, and they're unknown, who knows? Could be nothing, could be positive, could be a giant sell-off. Nobody knows. And there's no way to know. So I'm really appreciative that they do that, because now I know I'm not going to be really looking for anything to do here this morning from 8 o'clock and from 12 on. Simple. Because these are unknown risks that there's nothing we can do to protect ourselves. It's like if for the last 25 or 30 years, we all know that the non-farm payroll is going to be report is going to be released at 7:30 in the morning on the first Friday of every month. You know that. You can plan on it. You can mitigate your risk. You can design a risk mitigation plan for your trading plan around that report. We have no idea what's going to happen to any of these kind of things. So it's not a political commentary. It's risk. There you go. Wow. These weren't in here. Another thing, they bring these in as they hear about them. So these weren't in here 30 minutes ago. So there you go. All right, let's get on to the pre-market then, such as it is. This is IRT, and where am I here? Where's my mouse? There we go. And this is Bookmap. I execute over here. This is my charting system platform. Now, these are the micros, micro ES, NQ, the mini ES market profile. These are Renko charts. If you look at the header of any of these investor RT charts, you'll see the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So there should be no question. Or if you have a question, you can always look at that. The previous RTH session, the overnight session up to where we are now. So, and this is the same for the NQ. I also track this same configuration for the the minis. I'm trading the micros now, so that's why I'm focusing here. This is my high time frame chart, or my micro composite chart, and it is simply a micro E-mini, and it is, or micro ES. It's the day session only of the RTH session. 1 day candlesticks. So each one of these candlesticks is a day. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC. These high and low volume nodes, which are represented by these red and green lines over here, they push automatically to Bookmap. And these other, all-time high, MCVPOC, those things I enter manually. The session prices here also push automatically and continuously from about 1700 on Sunday evening in a typical week. This week we didn't because of President's Day or holiday, whatever. From 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday evening. Okay, and then this is Bookmap, as I said. So these columns are, from the left, the dome with a price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it. These are the prices. This is the resting liquidity at each price. These are not orders. These are resting liquidity, limit orders sitting there waiting. Will they pull? Maybe. Will they trade out? Maybe. Who knows? If you put an order in the market and you see something change, will you cancel it? Or will you just say, oh, I'm sorry, I put that in there, so I've got to trade it now? Of course not. So that whole thing about spoofing is just a joke to, I don't know, to who to placate. I guess, pat the congressman on the head. I don't know. It's just a ridiculous law that they spent a lot of time working on, and it makes no sense. Because how can anybody be forced to do something like that? Think about it. Anyway, the dome, the micro composite column, this is where I enter those levels that I mentioned. This is the micro composite VPOC. Hasn't been taken out yet, interestingly enough. Not VPOC, but yeah, not the micro composite, but the naked volume point of control from the 17th. And this is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap. Full session volume profile here, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is a real important column for me. It's the statistics column. And this is the statistics of the associated session prices for today. And the way this works is real simple, but we'll get on to that next. And these are the session prices, which, as I mentioned, start at 1700 Sunday through 1600 Friday. And I share them freely. So if those would be handy and you'd like that link, drop something in the chat. Happy to share it. Notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. There's just, I believe in price action, volume, and probability data. Data driven completely. So there's a POC for the RTH session, which is up here. And I didn't put that naked volume point of control over there yet. But I will right now. And that works like this. And that's from the 180226. So that's yesterday's RTH naked volume control point of control, because it has not been revisited in a RTH session yet. We haven't had one. Okay, and there's also a POC for the full session. Now, the full session is kind of a darker yellow, more muted yellow than the RTH. POC is nothing more important or more mystical than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So, 68.75. So far, the most contracts have traded so far since 1700 last night through this very moment. 3,400 contracts have traded at 68.75. Period. The split second one of these other prices has 3,401. This POC is going to move there. That's all there is to that, and all there is to all of these statistics. Yeah, they draw a line because it keeps track of where it used to be. It's historical, right? This is current. There's also a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. Volume weighted average price is VWAP. I'm sure everybody knows that. We also have some levels that kind of fool people sometimes, which are the initial balance high and low. Nothing more important than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Initial balance is a market profile term. I don't know, go figure, call it sky blue, pink, whatever you want to call it, but that's what they are. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour or the of the RTH trading session. And let's get back to the statistics column here. And the first thing I do is determine the statistical open type expected for this day. And how do I do that? Simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that open price compare to the previous RTH close? It's right there. Lower than the close. How would that open type compare to the previous RTH range? Well, if I'm not mistaken, there's the low. Yep. So we are at this moment lower in range, but oh boy, just close. It could easily drop out, which would be a gap opening, and I'm not going to worry about that at this point. So let's first change the column title to lower in range and hope for the best. And I always change the title so that when I look at a screen snap or the recording, I can look at that column title and instantly know the relationship between the ETH and the RTH. Yeah? Then we'll delete the statistics from yesterday because we're going to put in new ones today. Okay? Now, how does that whole thing work? Well, statistics are simple. They come from this study in IRT. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. That's when the RTH session opens, Central Standard Time. But we've determined it's going to be lower in range, hopefully, or gap low, lower out of range. The system looks back at the most recent 1,679 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower in range 521 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, I got that wrong. 493 lower in range, we revisited the overnight mid 82.8% of the time. Overnight mid, 82.8. And that right there is just as complicated as the statistics goes. The next is the 80.9, which is the overnight volume point of control. And all I'm going to do now is go down the list. And the previous close, that's great, is 74.6. So we know that's right there. And we know that the IB high is 70.2. This is working out great. And I always put those initials because, per the definition, the minute we open, this is going to disappear and it's going to go down just above where price is. I want to know what that statistic was. And I also need to get it on the right line. And continuing on, there's the IB high. We've got the mid, the POC. I'm not too worried about those. The overnight low is 65.9. After you do these for a while, you kind of get the hang of overnight high and low. First of all, it's usually the mid and the POC, then the overnight high and low, then the previous high and low. That's kind of how they work. Overnight high is 52.1. I mean, that's typically how they're revisited, how the percentages stack up. And remember that we may open, this is a previous RTH close right there. So we could very easily, previous low is 53.1. We could very easily open gap down. And I'm not going to put that gap flag in there, but I'm not going to put that in there. You see what I'm talking about here? There's the previous low, 53.1. Did I get it right? Yep. We could easily jump over here. Coming into 8:30, we got about 20 minutes left, so I guess we're probably going to be safe. The next thing that I will do every day at this time is a snap called the TLab. And that is something I do every morning at 8:20, just out of respect and kind of a support, I guess you could call it, for the TLab, which is actually the Traders Lab. It is a bookmap Discord chat room, Discord room, whatever you call that. Started by a guy named Tom B. Or I don't know about started by. It's obviously a Discord bookmap thing, but he runs it and continues to do so. Tom is a professional trader with 46 plus years of experience. And I'll be the first to say, I have no proof of that. But I believe he's telling the truth. I was in that room and participated in there extensively for quite a long time. And, you know, you get to kind of know somebody in that respect, I believe. You're never solicited for anything in there, and there's a good crew of people in there. It's only a Discord chat. He does stream, I think, an hour and a half in the day, but it's always a rear view mirror. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. So, you know, take it for what it's worth. But I, out of respect and support, I always do a snap in there every day. I do two, actually. I do the reports early in the morning around 6, and then I put this screen snap in every day to give folks in there that don't have access to all the levels, have the same kind of charting, let me put it that way, access to those levels. So that's the screen. That's the TLab. All right. Moving on, let's do something that's kind of important. I think you'll probably agree. And that would be being able to trade with Bookmap. Now, I'll be right back. Okay, in order to trade with Bookmap, what we need to do first is activate the trade control panel. And you do that by clicking this padlock. You have to select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Notice how it's a $sign here and it's a pointer, typical pointer, the minute you cross that line. There you go. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with the mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you may suspect, both of them. Then I do a couple, three things here. First of all, this always defaults to the journal thing, and I want it on my AMP live account. Multi-brackets. Remember I said the ultimate directive, prime directive motivation, goal of every trader is to preserve your account. So this is where the risk neutral methodology is introduced in my stuff. And the smallest package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be even numbers. 2-lot. Then you select a stop for the entire package. And this is not the time to be figuring this out. This should be determined during your homework period, well in advance of the live market. First consideration is the risk tolerance for your account. Then what instrument are you trading? What's the volatility of the market, et cetera, et cetera. However, once these values are established, the first risk neutral profit target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. I.e., the minute this is achieved, the worst you can possibly do on this trade is scratch because you're risk neutral. The first take profit target has paid for the trade, and you have the runner on board free. And then there's the runner, and you can do whatever you want in terms of the package size and runners and all that kind of thing. But it's really important. The next thing I do often is to select Execution Pro, and you can do various things with this. Partial fill, resize orders, break even, trail, all that kind of stuff. Typically, all I ever do with it is once I achieve T1, I'll have it scale or trail the stop up to entry for, but I'm doing that manually at this point because trading's been terrible lately, and I'm talk about that in a minute. So there we are. Now we've initiated the trade control panel. We've picked I know that this is the correct multi-bracket. I don't need any of these tools anymore. And I have all these metrics reproduced up here at the top. You can turn these off and on. I like them on, and I'll show you why. I can click that button again. It stays green. I get the screen real estate back. I have all of the metrics, and I have cancel and close. Boom. We're ready to trade. We've got about 30 seconds to go before the open. Hook in and hang on, boys and girls. We're right down on the bottom. I would expect that we would probably have some responsive buying to take some profit. Think about it. Here's the overnight. Basically, here's our open, a little bit of a pop, and then the rest of the inventory is short. So what would they want to do? I would want to take some profit. If I was in profit all night, I'd want to take some profit. So I would expect some profit taking with responsive buying at the open, and then probably an open auction looking lower from the way data's coming out. That would be my guess. Mind your risk. Remember that Trump is going to be on the microphone potentially from 30 minutes ago, because that started at 8. So, be really careful. And there we have it, and it didn't reset. So that didn't work even a little bit. I'm so sick of this not working. It's just frustrating. This has worked like $1 million for ever since I bought this. This is my Global Plus thing, you know, lifetime license, whatever. And it's worked for years, and now this latest update is just a complete crap. And there we go. So next thing I'm going to do, keep an eye out for these moving. Next thing I'm going to do is come over here to IRT and switch all of them to the RTH session only. And the reason I do that is to ensure the relationship of the various session price levels remain as expected. And I'm talking specifically about value area high and low, developing value area high and low, those relationships. I'll explain that in a second as soon as I get through doing this. Okay. Now, I have the opening range trade. Now, you see, there they are. They're now they're down here where they belong, and that's completely crazy because here's where the volume profile is clicking, so that's way off because it reset wrong. So I'm going to now change this to clear this reset, and hopefully that'll come right. And it did not. Jesus, that makes me mad. Well. I've been battling with this forever. It'll even out by the day, but it's just god darned depressing, you know. This is supposed to be the way it works. See what that does. This has been more accurate, but well, that looks close anyway. We'll see what happens. God damn it. Sorry for my French, but it's just, you know, you spend a lot of money for something and it worked for years without issue. I never even thought about it. Now it seems to be a big drama. And Bookmap can't figure it out. Their suggestion after a bunch of back and forth with log was, well, maybe roll it back to a version that did work. It's like, I don't think that's exactly the best thing I ever heard from, you know, to pay for. Anyway. So. Shit. What I was talking about was the relationship between value area high and low and like developing value area low. Developing represents the current auction, and value area high and low is expected by the people who use these levels to be the previous RTH session. That's why I need to change IRT to the full day session only after the open. And now, let's get over here to, did I actually send this to the, I don't remember whether I sent this to the chart or not. I don't think I did. Yeah, I did. All right, this is the opening range fade, which will basically, the idea here is that once we take the opening, and it's set for 15-minute opening range. 5-minute, I'm sorry. Once it penetrates this range and goes to a certain number of ticks above or below, then it's going to enter, it will be looking for a fade trade. And there are parameters, like there's a that's wrong. I'm having trouble with IRT. That's for sure. And maybe that will be the successful trade today. Who knows? Yesterday, the continuation was the successful way to look at it. Now nothing's happening correctly, so I'm not sure what to think about any of this, to be honest with you. But the lag, where's the lag? No, yeah, 6 minutes. Well, it might have something to do with it. This is how it's set up. So we didn't get the fade, and the continuation would be the trade. It would have taken if I were using the opening range continuation trade or typical one, it would take a short and it would head on down there. So we'll see what happens. That's not working. That's pleasure. So wonderful. Oh, I'm busy looking at the wrong freaking, sorry about that. Wrong screen. Opening range trade, fade. Opening range trade, there was the fade. I mean, there was the continuation, and that would have been 68 to 57. So that would have been 10, almost 12 points. That would have been nearly the two lots, or the both targets. Had the fade entered, it would have been stopped out. I don't think that there's everywhere on the internet, the opening range, the orb trade, everybody, all the internet gurus have got a spiff about it, or, you know, videos on it currently, because they sort of seem to come and go. Let me put Blue Boy on the job here first. This is my secret indicator, this vertical line, which I put every day at the opening price. And what that does is enabled me to glance left, and if I see Blue Boy, I know I have the entire session in range. So we're evened out now with the initial balance. That's good. So much for my responsive buying at this point. It's just been selling. We're below yesterday's low. And these values here, I want to be sure. You see how they, remember that this is a dynamic market, right? So they changed just as we opened. And the reason I changed them is to make sure that for the purpose of the recording, right, and the stream, I want these values to be right. Well, I'm sure disappointed that this stupid thing isn't, what the hell is that? Isn't doing anything like it's supposed to, but yeah, we'll see, I guess. I'm not in a panic because, as you see here, I hope I've explained it enough times. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. I'm not confident enough in my coding ability with IRT to take the next step to have the system trade live on my actual AMP live funded account. So I do these live data, but it remains within the IRT simulated account, so that I don't, you know, I'm not going to blow up my real account, because I'm not a good code guy. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. So this is not, you know, I'm just winging it here. And, you know, we're learning together, shall we say. Same story with my with the initial balance trades, which we'll look at here in a minute. I typically switch over to those, cut this off, and switch over to those at about 9 o'clock. So cuidado on the risk, Antonio, in case you don't know it or missed it. Trump has got this piece, whatever this board thing is. going since 8 o'clock this morning, and then he's got a full complement. Look at this: 1250, 1330, 1430, 1500. One right after the other. And here's his board of peace thing at 8 o'clock. So there's a lot of potential risk on floating around this morning. Be careful with that, everybody. But Antonio's a buddy from regular here from Portugal, and a good guy and a good trader. So there you go. Yeah, this is just not happening even a little bit here, and I'm not really sure why. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do now, and that is kill it. And come back and visit this another day. I don't know. I was doing backtesting last night and had it set up to go this morning. Why it's not doing anything, I don't know. It's got to be one of the parameters, I guess. The next thing I will set up, however, will be the initial balance trade setup. Same story. Simulated within IRT account. This is the one that's been vetted for some time and had a good track record, and it's just been in a constant drawdown, including yesterday. So I'm really at a loss as to what to do, frankly, just speaking openly about it. And I don't want the opening range values on there. Don't know what to say. Typically, or as I understand, doing this systematically and in line with the hold on a minute. With statistical procedures, you identify the rules, you backtest a large sample set. I define if it has those specific rules have a positive edge or not. If they do, then you take every one of those trades that produces a signal in the live market. And based on your backtesting, you have consecutive winners, consecutive losers, other things. You don't change anything until the parameters seem to be broken. In other words, for example, in my case, there was 7 consecutive losses in a row over a 500-day trade, and I've now reached 10. So I'm off of that trade. I don't know what I did. If I broke something, if the market has changed dramatically, I would have to think that the market has changed dramatically in terms of volatility, perhaps. But I have to identify that, because obviously I'm not going to stand here like, bump on a log and die by 1,000 cuts. So it's a real slippery slope, because the minute you introduce discretion to a statistically vetted system, you've ruined all the work you did for vetting the system. Because when you backtest it, the system, the computer doesn't introduce any discretion, and it takes every signal presented. Leans on the law of large numbers, and you win or lose. That's how it works. So I'm at a loss. Oh, mentira. If I had your money, I'd burn mine and move to Faro. Actually, from everything I heard about it, I'd love to move there anyhow. my years in Angola and sub-Saharan Africa, I really, one of, you regret certain things through your life. I regret not ever getting to Portugal because I had the perfect opportunity with people from there and colleagues and, Okay, so here we go. I guess we got the we've got the busy boy here on the news events. I'm going to actually post this in Static just to give those guys a heads up. Okie dokie. Yeah, he's on the microphone. Just Harriet also posted caution Trump speaking, so everybody's aware. Always something new in trading, It was never even considered a risk to our trading or the markets when the president of the United States would be talking. So, outliers like, I'll never forget Bush coming on. It was in the evening, after the markets, to announce that we had attacked Iraq, that kind of thing. Well, these guys can't, they can't get enough, I guess. So we're about 20 handles wide on the IB, and it's all over itself. So they're making a giant pot of retail soup here. The blender is just grinding them up. If you're got some kind of a mean reversion trade, you know how to do well, and you got on this low and went long that you've previously vetted, good for you. Or if you're just gambling and whipping and spurring and it worked out, super. I'm not good at that, apparently. And I want to re-stress that the point of the stream is not my way or the highway. It is what I am doing at the moment, and I'm sharing it for anybody who's interested one way or the other. Hopefully it's helpful somehow, even if nothing more than a example of what not to do, you know, whatever. And it's my journal. I'm not sure what or why the system has gone pear-shaped, but it's pretty disappointing. That's an understatement. I can't afford to do this. This is my business that I look to support myself and my family. So it's not like a video game or gambling or a hobby, or I have no other, income. Anymore. By no choice of my own, but, the company I was with for a number of years, over a decade, was purchased, and bingo, bango, bongo, they didn't need most of the people from that original group, including me. Quite a surprise. Actually, a year ago, just about today, to be honest. I never didn't think about that before, but yeah. I'm not sure exactly the day, but I think it was the 19th. It was a Friday in February. And since I think we roll back a day every day, it was today or yesterday, date-wise. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. That's a hell of a shock to an old system, I'll tell you. Feel real bad for anybody that happens to. I have firsthand experience. Okay, almost 9 o'clock. We pushed out the IB up a little further so far. Notice that the line here indicator is out of sync with the flag. Is not a bug. It's a function of bookmap. The smallest refresh increment I can set in the cloud note column is a minute, and the boys and girls who coded this indicator have it less than that, obviously. And I know that because the data is identical. It's pushed at the same moment from IRT to bookmap, so there's no question about it. There we go. Low volume node, high volume node. Who cares volume node? I need one of those. Well, we're getting up there towards that mid. That's the highest probability, remember, so far today in this open type. And we've still got settlement above us, so are they going to get excited and trade it up, or is it going to sell off? Okay. Getting close to that previous close and the and settlement up there. Let's put the opening range trade initial balance system on here. Pretty non-responsive, huh? Hate that. I know I sound like a stuck record, but it's so annoying. Okay, so what are the setup? What's the setup here? And the way that happens is right here. I've pushed out the ATR limit and the volume average context filter. 12 tick stop, 36 tick T1, 36 tick T2, break even 12 to at 12 ticks, it brings up the stop to entry. This is a new idea. Now, I don't have bookmap set up that way, so I need to align them. Which shall I do? Been having such a completely dismal performance with live trading. I'm thinking maybe set it up this way. I have vetted this. I can show you that later. It isn't exactly risk neutral. That's the problem. Well, it is in a sense because it is not anymore. If for this to be a risk neutral trade, even without this T1 at 12, it would need to trail to positive 12 ticks. In this case, it's just trailing to 0. So it's risking 12. It's not actually risk neutral. A risk neutral trade. You gotta think about that for a minute. And eating my own dog food, this is not a decision I should be making now. To be honest with you, I didn't think about changing this last night when I was looking at it. Let me think about that for a minute. I think under the circumstances, I am not going to worry about it because I'll be pretty amazed if I trade today at all under the circumstances of the drawdown and the barrage of news today. So I'll leave this as it is, send it to the system, see what happens. Yesterday it traded out fairly well. And this is no performance, actually, no correct way to do this. So what I'm going to do now is send this system to the chart. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system, but at this point, it will now, I'm going to get rid of those lines. It will apply or graph, chart, plot, whatever you want to call it, any trade that's entered over here. And at 9:30, these pullback and continuation and trigger zones will also push across the book map. So we'll see what happens. There you go. Yeah, I really don't know what to do. I've even resorted to going through listening to videos or whatever else, trade suggestions from guys that, Rod, for example, this Carmine guy who I've never paid a lot of attention to any of these YouTube types. Rod and some of the Harry and those guys say, "Oh yeah, he's great." I listen to him frequently, and he's got a lot of good principles. Whenever I was listening to that last night, seems like a lot of quick talk and pay for my mentoring kind of a deal. I have no clue, but I respect Harry and Rod and those fellas, and that we trade with, Antonio and everybody, and so there you go, open mind, eh? What I want to do is trade. I just want one setup or trade that produces a risk neutral trade, basically a basic trade every day or two. I'm not looking to make $90 million or any of that. Those days are gone in my life. What this needs to be is maintenance and support. And I don't think that should be, I don't think that's too much to ask, really. And there's apparently a lot of people who, oh yeah, no problem. The difference is having them do something like I do here, which is, okay, so why don't you trade that live on stream and let me know what the URL is, and I'll jump over there and watch. That seems to be a problem. And this old, teach a man to fish and he eats for his life. Show a man, or, give a man a fish and he eats once. That's bullshit, because, while you're busy teaching them, if they starve to death, that isn't much help. That's just a platitude, I think. That's a great way of saying I'm not going to show anybody what I'm doing. I think that's how I interpret it. That's why I was real focused on the stream, complete transparency, and why the stream is so long, because I will not take any trade off the stream. Completely transparent and fully accountable. And I'm sure there are other people that do it, but I don't know who they are. Even TLab, like I said, Tom never, when he does his live stream, he starts before the open, so that's 2.5 hours in the rearview mirror. Never trades live that I know of. And I'm not saying that he doesn't trade live or that I don't respect him. I'm saying even him. The only person I know that trades live, I think, on stream is Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guys. But it's way different account size, and he's usually trading the DAX or something like that, and that doesn't do me much good. And I imagine there are others, but I don't know. And of course, they all say they do if you want to pay for their special secret sauce place. The one I love is what, there's sign up for this webinar, and there's, sign up quick because there's only a few spots. It's like, dude, it's the internet. How many spots you need? How many spots, you know what I mean? It's just, that's that psychological game to get people's emotional going. It's so funny to me when I hear them say that. Okay. And I guess maybe I'm partial, or, if that's the right word. But whenever I recognize that kind of a ploy or that kind of not so subtle psychology being applied, I just figure right away the guy's a piece of crap, or whoever they are is just a douchebag, and I don't pay any attention to him anymore. Because it seems to me that if they were sincere about what they're trying to do, they wouldn't be employing those, tactics. Maybe that's probably wrong of me, but I'm honest about it. And with that, let's hear a little Mookie. Okay, what's this guy up to? We'll find out about Iran in about 10 days. Good talks are being had with Iran. Boy, here we go, I'll go to China in April. I saw some news yesterday that military strike on Iran likely this weekend. And it was not some harebrained, one of these harebrained conspiracy places. It was, I think it was CBS, which is, apparently they're in Trump's camp now. I don't know. I don't believe it was a true social thing. But, yeah, who the hell knows? It's just pretty crazy, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I hope I live long enough to see this all come back together, back to normal again. Well, there's 909. Do you feel fine? If you're doing mean reversion, once again, boy, oh boy, good for you. 30 handles. For me, it's just, I would be really hard pressed. Here's the way I would look at this. Well, what have we been doing? Higher highs, higher lows. Short up here, yeah, it's the mean. It's the outside edge. But to me, that's just like every retail dork picking the top and counter trend. So if you've got a brilliant way to get around that and to become involved with it, let me know. That would be super. And thanks for coming by. Somehow we had 3 or 4, we lost a few. Probably sick of watching me not do anything. And remember that the initial balance statistic is not a statistic until 9:30. VPOC migration. There we go. I think I'll default to the fact that there's a continual barrage of news here today, and unless something miraculous happens, I'm not going to take another stab at it, frankly. I'm also going to limit my trading to RTH 1. I've decided to do that, looking back at the stats. So that'll have a limit on this. That'll put a limit on the stream. Oh, I didn't think about that. That might be a reason that I could shorten the stream up. That's a possibility. That wouldn't hurt my feelings. standing here for, 12 hours a day. The stream is 7 hours long. So there you go. And I do stand here. These are 2 stand-up desks. So I don't even have a chair in here. Got a Vietnamese hammock, but it's hard to lay there and trade. Okay. I love the rearview mirror. Wouldn't it be great if you could actually get paid for doing that? Maybe super, wouldn't it? Unfortunately, of course, the only people that get paid for trading in the rearview mirror are the people who are relying on another means of income, basically like followers, subs, or advertisement and stuff like that from YouTube. I guess. I am certainly not a, I don't know that. I understand that and believe it until I'm convinced otherwise, but and there's a few people like man that's honest and transparent about it. Here's what I make from my subs and my stuff on these videos and things like that. So it shows copies of the stuff. So I tend to believe that's what's happening. And like I said, if nobody will trade live, I've got the most fantastic setup, 100% win, blah, blah, blah. And the minute I saw the funniest one the other day, or last night actually, this guy going on about his setup, and I won't use names of the setup, but and to guarantee it all, I've got back tested a week of trading. A week. What is that? 6 trades? 10 trades? Jesus Christ. That's just, ridiculous. Ridiculous. So, got to be really careful out there. It is a minefield. I think. In my opinion, anyway. Well, we are zooming in on the initial balance statistic here. Remember that it sets at 9:30 Central Standard Time. That's what time is on my charts and on my screens. One thing about the transparency and the accountability here that you don't see, I don't see other people. I stream the entire monitors. You notice that all the programs that are open are at the bottom. The hours, minutes, and seconds on the clock and the date. And that better tie up over here, or you better ask yourself, wait a minute, this guy said this was live, and why is it different? And if they give you some song and dance about whatever they do, you better believe it's, phony. The same, and also I believe that, if you're making $25,000, $30,000 a trade and all that, do you need to charge people to watch you trade? Is it important for you to make that extra $50 a month off of somebody that's aspiring to learn how to trade? In my opinion, if I were doing that, I would never put anything to do with a stream behind a paywall or charge for it. One of the best ones I ever heard about was, not heard about, but one of the best ones I know about is one of the presenters on Bookmap, actually, in the Bookmap Discord site. That's why I only recommend the TLab and try to be specific about that every morning at 8:20. Some of them are just complete, bullshit and bus tickets. I'll tell you, this one guy there has been was put in jail in China for 7 years for trading fraud. True or not, I don't know. I mean, was put in prison, whether he was, he claims it wasn't really, but anyway. He will mentor you. He will guarantee that you're profitable for $1,000 a month for 12 months. But there's a rule that you have to follow everything he says exactly to the T, or the guarantee, or he'll give you your money back. That's the thing, after 12 months if you're not profitable. But if you haven't followed everything for those 12 months specifically to the T, then that guarantee is off. Well, all you got to get's a couple of those guys to bite that hook, and what do you know? You're making 50 grand a month for a year. Pretty good. I believe he's still a presenter there on Bookmap too, I think. So how they vet those people, how Bruce vets those guys, I don't know. Scott Puccini there, he doesn't charge. I think he charges to take a breath. That everything is behind a paywall, which is fine if that's what they want to do and that's how they make their money. And Bookmap is happy to sponsor that. That's great. That's one of the reasons why one of the few reasons that I do recommend the TLab. You're never solicited for anything. Now, Tom's got to have an angle for sure. He's probably a co-owner of Bookmap, who knows? But at least you're not overtly, there's not an overt scam going on. It's really crazy, some of them. And here we sit with the microphone burning up with Mr. Newsboy, and then all the stuff going to start happening at 12. Oh, this is going to be a short stream. I have things to do today anyway. I've got to take my daughter over to the previous school to get a form that I need for taxes. They can't seem to supply it unless we come there. It's just ridiculous. But we're going to do that today at about 1. So gear up. I'm also thinking this is not a bad idea to only stream for I will confirm this over the weekend when I do my backtesting and homework, but I'm going to really take a look at the statistics and going back historically, right? As you should do with any statistics. So there's a statistically significant data set to make a decision on. Trading just the RTH 1 session or period. And then then the stream would basically be superfluous. I could leave it on as I do now. Maybe come back in and do their market recap and stuff at the end of the day, but not be so motivated. Not be so motivated to be here narrating all day long. Well, at 9:30 now, these pullback and continuation trigger zones will start to materialize and be plotted over here, and they will be pushed automatically to Bookmap. And there we go. Pretty quiet so far. And I don't guess you could ask for a much more balanced profile, huh? Wow. If you're a market profiler guy, this is values overlapping lower so far. The value area being the blue, representing, it's supposed to be 68.7 or something percent, but to keep it consistent with everybody, typically it's 70%. I have it for that. It's basically one standard deviation, so it should be about 68 or 9%, but I make it 70. This blue is the value area, and these are out of value. Taper on both ends, so the auction looks like it's proceeding, orderly. We auctioned down, we auctioned up, and we're back in the middle. Overlapping and lower yesterday's RTH. This is the RTH session only. So, there's a little something for you. And if you want to see that I'm not lying to you, here's an actual market profile. There we are again. There's today. yesterday. And here we are down here. Candlesticks are about useless. They're good for just kind of showing you what's up. I typically use bars, but you know, like you may have noticed these are all bars. Same data. The thing about candlesticks to me that are kind of deceiving is that the body doesn't really mean anything. That's the open and the close. Then there's the wicks. It's got nothing to do with volume or where that's traded. And I'll make an example of that. Hold on, let me type this in here. I'm going to now activate the naked volume points of control and notice where they fall with regard to these big candles and stuff and wicks, okay? Well, I think I'm going to. Oh, that was... For example, here's the big body and the wick, and you're going to go there. There's the volume point of control. That level right there is where the most contracts traded in this day. Now, this doji's no surprise that naked volume point of control today so far is right there on the doji, right there in the middle, right? We didn't tap out down here. You notice where this big candle, the volume point of control, is way down here at the bottom. Again, way up here at the top of the wick yesterday. Now, to me, that's not intuitive. When I look at that candlestick, I think, that's, the most of the, I guess it's just my incorrect perception that the bigger part of the volume was going on down here. And that's absolutely not the case. So that's something to be aware of, I think. I know I want to be. This, having nothing to do with candlesticks, gives you an idea of that volume. And here we are. Here's yesterday. There's what we were just looking at. This is the actual volume profile from yesterday. Does that look to you like a narrow body down here and a big long wick up at the top? I would think not. But that's really what the volume profile looks like. That's how the trade developed and happened yesterday on this, wherever it went. No, wrong one. God damn it. Sorry about that. On this day right here. And you'll see that the naked volume point of control is way up here at the top, right? 69.17. To me, it's misleading, or I have a bad, I guess I have the wrong impression about it. So I thought it was interesting to point out. And here we are. This doesn't show this. I can't add this on. I guess I could add it on as an indicator, but this is the info box, and you'll notice that wherever I put it, it tells you about the story about that candle, the time, and this and that and something else. So there you go. Here we are. It's 9:30. So the initial balance statistic is hot. There, the lines begin to plot. The levels are labeled, and miraculously, they're pushed over here to Bookmap. And I suppose, oh, well, this Trump thing has got to last a long time. This board of peace, Jesus. I saw something, I hope it's not the truth, but he wants to build an Arc de Triomphe in Washington, D.C., named after himself. He's got a model on the desk, and, you know, I thought the ballroom was bad enough, but Jesus, it's really amazing what's going on. I find it strange. It's more than strange. It's something wrong psychologically, I think, with some of these guys. Jesus. Kennedy, that bastard. Jesus Christ. He came out the other day with an announcement. Everybody knows that he was a self-injecting heroin addict for 15 years. This is the Kennedy who is the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare in this current administration. Think about that for just a second. Was an admitted self-injecting heroin addict for 15 years. Well, a couple, 3 days ago, he came out with, well, yeah, and I also used to snort cocaine off toilet seats. It's just, it's phenomenal. You know, if it wasn't so alarming and sad, it would really be funny. But unfortunately, it's both of those things. Okay, so let's see where this is going. Big balance. Now, the initial balance trades, which I have vetted. First of all, probably good to talk about why I do this. So, I believe that my premise here is that the market is basically a random environment. And the most successful hedge fund guys in the world and traders in the world all agree with that idea, and that you should identify a pattern that happens relatively frequently, identify some criteria that validate an entry for that pattern, or, you know, strategy, and then backtest it, get statistically significant data to verify whether it has an edge or not. And if it does, in the live, this is all done away from the live market. If it does, in the live market, then you take every example of that trade that presents itself, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest to your bank, to the account. That's also the same. This is, I'm talking about the most successful traders in the world, Jim Simmons and Paul, you know, Tom Sosnoff and Tom the Trader, and even Tom B and the TLab, you know, from the top to the bottom, Rod and those guys, everybody functions on that same principle. So it makes sense to me that it's a good idea. It is also the business model of a casino. They play no game, which they have not pre-identified has an edge, with specific rules, and then they put it on the floor, and the only casino floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. The law of large numbers. That's why they never get, you ever see a dealer or a pit boss get shook up about somebody winning? They don't care. They know their only job is to play it as many times as they can. They know they're going to be winners. They know there's going to be losers. They don't care. The only thing they will get upset about is if you try to cheat or change those rules, because then that screws up the edge. Anyway, so I've identified the initial balance trades because they happened every day. They're pretty identifiable. We came up with these rules in a conversation in Static with Rod and those guys, and I coded it up to have these continuation zone, trigger zone, pullback zone. Excuse me. Around each one of the initial balance high and the initial balance low. So there would be 4 possible trades every day, 2 of which for our mean reversion, the pullbacks, and the continuations would be trend day or directional day trades. Now, having said that, it would be, what trade would you expect today? Should I expect today and be thinking, anticipating would be the way to go? Well, it would probably be the IBF, right? Because it's, you can't get much more balance than this day. Excuse me. Can't stop coughing. So again, I'm not going to be really actively looking here because of this news story that's going on and the erratic events today. And also the dismal performance of this strategy so far recently as a drawdown until I've sorted out why that is. But that's the logic behind it. So at 9:30, which we've already had, now the initial balance trade is active. From there, the system could take a trade. And now here we are. There's 9:30, starts plotting. And there are 3 rules in this system. There's A, B, and trigger. Not very imaginative, but you know. A is the initial balance statistic. A little bit more precise than the typical initial balance statistic in the homework and in, you know, conventional circles where just revisiting the price is all that's required. In my system, I want context to be moving in the right direction. So if the initial balance, if the signal bar opens below the initial balance high, in this case, closes above it, that's a signal. That is the signal bar. However, the previous bar to the signal bar needs to open lower than the close. If both of those things happen, it should signal an A, or the first, that would be the first trade, and it would flag up here. Then a B, the second signal would be price either goes to within the continuation zone or within the pullback zone. And the trigger signal is the trigger zone. And these things are, there you go. There's the levels. If you want to copy them, do a screen grab. If you've got IRT, I'm happy to share these screen or these chart definitions. No problem. That's where this at. That's where this is at the moment. And I'm liking the fact that there's no lag here. I'm also going to do something else. I'm going to close this chart, which has a lot of thinking going on, and I open that up every day now to get try to lighten the load on IRT so I maintain no lags. That's where we are. So right now there's no signal, there's no A signal, there's no statistic, there's nobody on third. Up in there. So, yeah. I'm liking the idea of it. I want to really do this analysis on RTH1 and those, trade times. I think that's really makes a lot of sense. I've always pretty much followed that mentally, but I want to confirm it with data. RTH 1, 2, and 3 is real simple. There's 450 minutes in the RTH trading session from 0830 Central Standard Time until 1600, or pick your time zone. That's 450 minutes divided by 3. 150 minutes each. So that's what it is. So it's essentially 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, and 20 minutes, about 10 to 11. No, call it 11 o'clock if you want to, be rough about it. $11 o'clock. So 8:30 till 11, and then $13:30, and then close. No signal, no initial balance statistic, mine or otherwise, yet. And remember now, here's something that's important to think about or to understand statistically. The initial balance stat is the, oh, look at here. This isn't right. Hold on. Let me make sure this is updated. There you go. The initial balance statistic is the most likely or the most probable in every open type. Today, 98.4% means 1.6% probability that we will not achieve the initial balance high or low in this setup. Now, this configuration is that price will simply revisit the initial balance high or low at some point between 0830 this morning and 1600. No, I'm sorry, 0930 this morning and 1600, because the initial balance is not a thing until the first hour, right? So this seems pretty, like a pretty good bet that we're going to take it, and it is, but it's not 100%. And twice in recent memory, the last couple of months, we have not achieved either high, IB high or low. So it happens. And also something I'll point out while we're looking at this, notice how some of these are blue and some of these are black. Whenever we achieve one of these levels in the current session, IRT will change the highlight from black to blue. Pretty cute, huh? And they, of course, highlight the correct open time. So there you go. There you have it. Is it highly likely that we're going to take the initial balance high, at least the basic one? Yeah, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that it'll achieve my statistic, nor does it mean that it will, continue on to a trade. Perfect example. I have a real problem trading the mean reversion trade because it seems to me like picking a top or a bottom. And that's kind of like diddling in the middle as far as I'm concerned. It's hard for me to get my head around doing that, to be honest. Well, not sure why the flag hasn't moved from right here to right here. It is so. Oh, I'm sorry. From the flag is up here, and there's POC, and it is correct on IRT again. So go figure. I like the no lag thing. That's kind of good. Must be because there's. There we go. Now it jumped. It must be because there's just very little volume, which brings me to another point. Let's look at the volume. Shall we do that? And not bad, huh? Now this is daily. This is the daily ATRs, 109.25. So imagine this is the daily average rotation over 13 days, looking back 13 days for the MES. This is points. Holy crap, huh? That's a lot. Time per bar minutes, okay. That's amazing. Now now this is current and it's over a 1 minute bar. I was doing something to deal with looking at the daily range, daily ATR. What is this? What does this look like to you? That looks like one giant pot of retail soup to me. A bunch of people that are absolutely positive they're going to make profit and be scalp wizards. And if you are, good for you. Now, what is this doing? Well, there's 90 to 70. Yeah, it's doable. 30 handles across the range completely. Got a zipper going on up here and a little dipsy doodle with a POC, and yeah, good for you. Not me. I'm having enough trouble maintaining a profitability or achieving profitability, consistent profitability with a vetted setup. Here. In this environment. And that's one of the problems with only having one vetted setup, which is what I have. There's two because it's, initial balance, continuation, or failure. But that's why I need, sooner than later, I need to get another one or two vetted setups. I've been looking at the VPOC migration. I'm looking at whatever I can, even the opening range trade. That's why I was trying those things out. And that's about a bunch of crap as near as I can tell, statistically. So that if the market environment is not favorable to one setup, need to have more than one. And that's where I am right now, I think, near as I can tell. Is this what else is going on? Well, yeah. Trump visits local business. Can you imagine which local businesses he's going to go visit? That would be pretty fun, interesting. I have no clue. Natural gases took a big dump. And of course, the geopolitical tensions push stocks lower. Well, yeah, no question about it. No idea about this Board of Peace thing, but other than cuidado, that's a pretty big cuidado. Looks a little flat on the top. There is excess up here, but it looks a little flat on the upside of that auction. But yeah, I'm not gonna bet anything on it. Now we've got a whole bunch of levels. Talk about a congested, busy traffic right here. Look at all the levels and obstacles you got in the way to get anywhere. I have a range requirement. Some people, Tom refers to it as meat on the bone, I think. What it boils down to is imagine that I have a signal down here. I do not have. Imagine that I had some sort of a signal for a trade down here. Here, at this line below. At the old BPOC, whatever it is. And that it was a valid signal and, met the qualifications, whatever else. The meat on the bone or the range requirement says that even if I have a valid signal, I need to have an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale to be the final criteria for the entry. And that doesn't exist here, here. Okay, going up here it could. Or short coming the other way. But you see the point? If you've got all these obstacles or all these prices where all these levels where price is very likely to react, it's not a high probability trade. In my opinion. So yeah, somebody throw their consistently profitable setup into the chat. I'm all ears, boy. I'll tell you, I'd really appreciate that. I share everything I'm doing openly and transparently, so pony up. That's the whole point. This is definitely not my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing at the moment, and my goal is consistent profitability for a statistically or probability-based trading system, trading business. And I don't have lofty goals, One positive risk-neutral trade in the minis a day, even every 2 days, would be satisfactory, would satisfy our needs, my needs as a, supporting business. It's not like I need to make $25,000 a trade and all this fantastic stuff, that all these guys brag about. I don't want to wrap the garage and have 6 Ferraris and sure, would I do all that? No. Even if I had that kind of trading income, I wouldn't waste my time on any of that stuff. That's meaningless. Nothing but clickbait, near as I can tell. Or just an old, like when I say that I'm an old cowboy from Montana, that's not a joke. That's exactly the truth. And when I say that I'm not a code wizard based on that, that's also true. But when I grew up, there was an old saying that somebody who, says brags about what he can do and how much he's got, can't do it, doesn't have it. That usually bears out. Or other way around, the actual way it used to go, he doesn't have it and can't do shit. And that's usually bears out. Some of the richest people I've ever met, and I've been, known a few who were billionaire status, I guess, didn't brag about it. You'd never know it. Now, there's the new type that, the Elon Musks of the world and those guys they can't keep their mouth shut about it. That's a different story, but Bezos and those guys renting Nice for a wedding and to rub everybody's nose in it. As different world, man. Different world. I prefer the other one myself. So what are we doing here, boys and girls? Well, what we're doing is just spinning our tires. This is a giant, humongous, world record batch of retail soup. They're just grinding them up. Everybody that cannot refrain from clicking that mouse are getting suckered in and chopped up every which way. If you're not, and you're just, trading these swings like a scalping pro, good for you. Share a screenshot of your live account in the chat. That'd be great. Can you do that? Can you put a screenshot in the chat of these things? I don't know that. How could I do that? Let me try something here. I don't know what I have that would be a small screen snap. Okay, maybe I can do that. Copy. Okay. See if I can post this news thing over here. Oh, well, there you go. No, you can't. I can't anyway. I tried to paste this news thing here in the chat, and I can't do that. Can't do it, so I guess you can't. I don't know. I'm a donut. What can I tell you? There is a risk-neutral trading Discord, but primarily used by a few of us to get together and chat about stuff or Kiloton or somebody. I have enough trouble keeping up with the stream and making sure I've got the right window open and all that stuff. The purpose is not to be a entertainer, but to be a successful trader and share that. That's my goal. And help somebody along the way, even if it's by example of don't do what that guy's doing. whatever it takes. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the RTH1 trade rule, and I can actually implement that in the code here. And I'll show you that while we're doing this. Right here. This is position indicator from session start, position indicator from session close. In this case, it's 60 minutes, which is the first 1 hour. That means that this will only look at trades after the initial balance trade is active and 90 minutes before the close, before 1600, which turns out to be 1430. I can just change this up to the right number of minutes to 11 o'clock. And that will not, the system will, the charting will continue to chart, et cetera, but it will not look at any trades after that. Entry any trades after that. And then there is that will also change the end of day rules. I'll have to look at that. What I mean by that is here, let's look at a long. You see the position indicators? So that would be a criteria. And then what I'm just thinking about while I'm standing here is the end of days. Yeah, this is position indicator end of day. So in other words, when I set that to 11 o'clock, any trade that's on will be closed. I might have to come up with a different one because it's not really, I don't think my criteria, limiting criteria, well, let me rephrase that. My limiting criteria of RTH1 is enter any trades. Obviously, if you're in a trade and it's going your way, and I have magically figured out how to do a proper trailing stop along here somewhere, which I work on, you wouldn't want to automatically exit at RTH1. Exiting at, 1430, for example, is fine, I think. But that's something that would need to be backtested. Backtest the system as it is, then make the change about only RTH1, then you run the backtest. Then you run the backtest. And I don't think I was showing you any of that stuff, but what I was just looking at was these hopefully you could see that. I don't know. What I'm talking about is these this is the position since session start, position since till session close. Just names I put on there. And the way those work, if you're interested, those rules are somewhere around here. Where are they? Huh. Position it's the position indicator, and then I add the designating name down here so that I can set them differently. That's pretty weird. I don't see that. Or am I looking right at them and missing them? Probably. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, here we go. Football. It's the token is the V pound. This is what we're talking about over here. All right, so that's easy. Now, the way to see those is here, in case you're curious. So here we have the position start. You see there, position indicator, and the way that works with IRT is this: minutes from start of session, and you've got about a gazillion different ways you can look at that. Days from start of data. I mean, there's some stuff visible bars, I've never looked at any of this crap. Minutes from the start of the session is what I want. There you go, and an explanation. It's a really well thought out program, a piece of software, absolutely. And all of the aspects that they created, and essentially it was just Chad Payne and Bill Lind, I think. It's pretty freaking incredible. Pretty darned incredible. So I will do the backtesting of that at my earliest convenience and then decide what to do. I will also use Static and see, because Rod has got those filters in there, so I can see what the result is on that side too. And what are we doing now? Well, we're just trading a living bejesus out of it. It's a rotational, almost perfectly balanced. It's getting a little bit screwy looking day profile. And, another 45 minutes and RTH 1 is over and I would not enter any trades. That's going to be my... Okay, Antonio, have a good one. Yeah. I'll be busy trying to figure out what to do next. You be sure and share your profitable setup with me, because I'm going down like for the third time over here. Have a great weekend, man. Buen fin de semana. Well, I'm encouraged by that. It gives me some I need to make positive steps, not be overwhelmed by the negatives, right? Not let Monkey Boy get a hold of things here. So I got to put him out in the backyard. Monkey Boy is my euphemism about our monkey mind that we have, inherited into our neurologic pathways from evolution, whether you want to, I'm not making some statement about creation or evolution. What I'm talking about is the development of our species. I think everybody agrees we've been doing this for a while. Believe how it started or not is irrelevant, I think. And so those inherited traits which kept us going in the savannah, or wherever you believe you started, were very useful. And by selective breeding, that's how they got into our DNA. Imagine two of our prehistoric ancestors standing there, and they see the grass move. One of them jumps behind a tree, risk adverse. The other one, who is risk seeking, walks over and kicks the bushes and ends up something's lunch. Doesn't pass on his DNA. Risk averse behind the tree, passes on the DNA. Comes down to you and me. So being risk averse, having feelings of FOMO and wanting to be right and all that kind of stuff, that's all part of our DNA. And I don't think you're ever going to get rid of it. I know I won't. The way I approach it is to absolutely try to make sure I'm aware of myself here and now. What's going on in my brain? Am I feeling FOMO? Is it adrenaline? Is it dopamine? What's the deal there? And do not act on it with the mouse in the trading environment. And in fact, trading, successful trading, when you put on a trade, you're risk seeking because it's a risk. You're putting your account at risk to the market. And it is a 50-50 market. Whether you want to believe that or not, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The market is can only trade up or down. It's like a coin flip. That's a statistical fact, Jack. That's the fact, Jack. So there you go. And isn't isn't it bizarre? For example, in my personal case, state at this moment, you know, as I said, consistent stops in a row, 10 now, as of yesterday. I don't trade every day. I only trade, and these are vetted signals from this initial balance trade system. When you start thinking about why didn't I just hit the opposite button? You know, I would be now, because of those 10 consecutive or 7 or 6 or whatever it was consecutive stops in a row in the backtesting, there's also 25 or 30 consecutive winners in a row. So the random distribution can be overwhelming, I think. And you got to be really careful about that. And then Monkey Boy gets going crazy, and you know, I don't chase, I don't FOMO, I don't revenge trade, I don't do any of that stuff. I bitch and moan about it a lot here in the stream. That's a good vent, but I don't ever move my stop away from entry. I never chase. I never revenge trade. I don't average down, any of that crap. I also don't go to the bathroom in my pants. You know, I'm an adult, so I just don't do those things. It's that simple. That's how I approach it. That's how I approach the whole psychology around it. Just me. But if it helps, you know, as an alternate, that's an idea. That would be great. So here we go, fluffing about. Or floundering about, perhaps, would be a better way to put it. I don't know why I had that so big. Maybe the date? Yeah, it is the date. If I go like this, then the date will show up in there. Okay, but that's okay. The info box is here. Wherever I put the mouse, whatever bar that is, it'll tell you the time. In this case, 9:32, and there's a 8.75 true range on that 1 minute candle. And then all of these other guys over here. Pretty impressive program, actually. I don't need to see what happened first. Here's 9:30 on, so there we go. And something that I've been doing just out of curiosity and possibly help are vetting some of these real popular things I see on YouTube, like the opening range trade, which they come in flurries. I've noticed about every couple of months, there'll be a flurry of them called, you know, one minute candle, first candle strategy, all this kind of stuff. It's all the opening range trade under different names. To see if there was any credence or any, and I've looked at several different ones, the Peachy person, 2 or 3 others. Sure, you can cherry pick off. Well, let's see here, something here. Let's just look quickly. Okay, well, there you go. If you took this one, and the typical opening range trade is you set the opening range, which in this case on a 15-minute range is here and here. When it breaks out of the range, you go long and you set your stop below, is how they do it on some places. That's one hell of a risk reward. I think terrible. This is, 15 points risk reward, terrible risk reward ratio, I think. But some people do that. They do it on Top Step, for example. Hogue does it every day, just as a side note. I haven't been around there in a long time, but that used to be the case. So there would be a T1 if you did that, or if you just let it run till the end of the day, which is what some people do. They'll let it run to the end of the day, or some profit target, or a stop. Okay, but this is meaningless. There's also another version, which is a fade. And that's how I had originally coded. I had that one on this morning. No fade was involved. None of these things make any difference or are anything you should try until you actually run a backtest over a statistically significant data set. I always use 500 days, which usually ends up around 6 to 1,200 trades. Because, you know, I can whiz back over the chart. I mean, the initial balance happens pretty much every day. I can certainly whiz through the charts and pick out some examples of beauties, you know. But what does the data say? I really believe that's the only approach that makes any sense here. Otherwise, you're just, you know, gambling. And if you're a good gambler and successful, why not, I guess, huh? Why not? I guess. I've never been a gambler. I know people that are just crazy about it. They can't seem to get away from it. I mean, they just really, and some of them are successful. I do know that a lot of the successful gamblers, I believe a lot of it is BS. Because they will, just like with traders here that pony up stuff and spend a lot of effort, you know, rigging what looks like a result in their trading. My go-to answer is, okay, trade that live. Let's see you trade it live. I'll be in your stream. You let me know when you're going to stream that live, and I'll be there. Show the whole monitor, and let's go. And nobody will do that. I don't know of anybody that does that. Let's put it that way. Nothing, baby. Nothing, baby. I'm quite encouraged about this approach, only trading the RTH1. And you know, it's really funny. A lot of traders that you hear about, whether they're real or not, do profess the same thing. Even that crazy, what's his name, ICT person guy, whatever. Only you never a trade after, I think, 11 or something like that. A similar idea. But then there's, real ones that trade the days. I will not turn off my machines, but I will not be as actively streaming after that session and or looking for trades. Of course, any trades that are taken will always be graphically illustrated here on Bookmap. And I do this. Oh, go away. Now, this was yesterday. Okay. But this would continue here on Bookmap. So there's there's the date and the entry time to the millisecond, and, all that stuff. And I would probably just leave it up like that so that the anything that's happened would be visible and accessible to anyone. Accountability. And I don't even know what this bullshit thing here. I think this is volume delta. Yeah, volume delta. Right, yeah, CVD. That's the volume delta. I have this wide so that statistics plot can be displayed up here, but there's a lot of things you can do here that I don't do. I'm kind of old-fashioned enough, I guess, to be one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, guys. Which is probably to my detriment, I guess. Now I'm going to eat some boiled eggs and bacon. Figures the day I'm not anticipating any trade signals and no lag, and the thing is just putting right along like it ought to. I'm assuming that's a function of volume. But still, it happens. I'm talking about the range here. We're just slamming back and forth inside the developing value area. Low to high. It'll probably break out the minute I say that, but you know, there you go. Tested up, tested down, and now they're going to just keep sputtering back and forth here till I guess they figure the risk is off, I suppose. I'm thinking about this brilliant idea. I'm quite encouraged by this idea of capping the trades off at RTH 1. I'll need to reconfigure the V-pound variables here. Oops, yeah. I'll have to come up with a V-pound variable that these are, if they're V-pound variables, they are system-wide for the instrument. So you can't have another chart, for example, using V-pound 126 and then do it something on this chart with 126 that it's going to get its knickers in a knot. What I was hoping for was that 63 was not tied up, but it is. So I'll figure out a different. I want to have a setting for the trade cutoff different from the session cutoff, which is the end of day rules. Because I'm not going to be entering any trades after RTH 1. However, if I'm in a trade and it hasn't reached target or stop, well, then it can go, theoretically, it could waffle on until the end of day and then close out. You know, that's in theory. One thing real important is these end of day rules, because I'm flat every day. Oh, look at us go. Somebody said something. Who said something, Mr. Big Shot? Mr. Somebody. Some whiz-bang said something. Or they just thought, well, there's a whole lot of stops up here, so let's take them. Bam. And they did. Who knows? big one after the other. We got a 30-year TIPS at 12, and then we got this stuff taking us right out through the day. Wow. What a miracle to behold. The bond market, this stuff right here, is the most important financial stuff going on, despite what, any of the folks in the White House would like to have you think and whatever else. And they better be really careful, because we are at a huge deficit. And every time the bond prices go down, the yield goes up, and that means the interest costs billions of dollars a day more. They've already lowered the credit rate. The United States credit rating has already been lowered now from A+ on all of the credit agencies because of the instability, and lack of addressing the deficit, and the instability of the government, of the administration. It's not, look it up. Don't believe me. It's not political. It's a fact. And it's a serious one. So. Is that they seem to be in a denial, kind of, in the election, and in a lot of the things that has gone past, historically it has happened with this group. They kind of function under the premise of, if you say it enough times, pretty soon it'll be the truth or a reality. Well, that is not going to happen with the national debt or the bond market. You can try to spin that as many different ways as you want, and it isn't going to happen. That's worrisome. They got 10 minutes. Now here's a real pisser, huh? They zoom down there. Well, it won't happen, but they zoom down and take the initial balance low out. Remember, it's a 1.6% probability that they will not do that. Right at 11 o'clock. And let me also point out that do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Experience, the voice of experience. Okay, we're below all of the VWAPs and the VPOCs, and we're crushing down on the initial balance low, and there's only a 1.4% probability, 6% probability that we won't take one of the initial balance trades out. And so you get short, and then this kind of thing happens and you get stopped. If the initial balance statistics gets taken, then it is taken, not until. Voice of experience. And it's real natural, natural human monkey boy deal to try to get the jump on it, get there first. Not a good idea. I don't think. Do I expect that they'll probably flush it? Yeah, probably. But just look right now. If you got shorted either one of those lows, You just got stopped. You're just on the verge of being stopped out. Over here, if you got low here, you were stopped out. I found that to be, in analyzing my losing trades compared to what the system had taken on the initial balance trade. There you go again. There's another stop if you got short down there. So I noticed that anticipating the signals cost me a lot, cost me several stops. So I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's, there you go. There's a perfect example of why not to do that. Wow. Look at that. Can you imagine all the boys and girls that got spanked on that one? Oof. All the poor boys and girls that are licking their wounds right now. Wow. And I mean that sincerely. There's no worse feeling than, well, sure there's a worse feeling than that, but you know. Yeah, I know everybody knows we're going to take stops. It's a fact. And if you don't know that, then you better back off the crack a little bit there, because it's the truth. It's a probabilities game. There's going to be, and no probabilities 100%. Anybody that tells you their win rate's 100% or 97 or something like that, you better just push away from the screen or move on quickly, because that's ridiculous. It's like saying a martingale is a viable strategy, or double, which is essentially doubling down. And do I imagine that they're going to take this down and take the initial balance statistic? Sure. Because we've already looked at it. It's a 1.6% probability that we will not take either the IB low or the IB high at some point in this RTH session between 0930 and 1600 Central Standard Time. That's the statistic. That's a fact. Now, does that mean that it'll happen? No, because there's a 1.6% probability that it won't. And within the last, as I said earlier today, within the last 2 months, we've had 2 of those instances occur where we've not taken either one of them. Okay, just wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm coming. Gotta go tend to my cat here. So that I may have been muted on that, but it's just discussing the prime responsibility of a trader is risk management, preserving your account. So there is going to be a high risk environment all the rest of the day. And I am personally going to limit my trade entries to RTH 1. I'll do the math on that and the statistics later today, but that's my feeling so far. And if we take this initial balance low, okay, great. We'll see. I'm going to leave the system on. It's trading within the simulated environment because I'm not confident enough of the way I've coded this. I know it works perfectly well for backtesting, which is my motivation or my objective. But to trade it live is another layer of complexity because you've got to, send the order to the broker, wait for confirmation, log those values, etc. And also, I think I have to disable bookmap because they would misinterpret the returning data messages from the broker. So bookmap has no problem doing that. You just trade live and there you go. Bob's your uncle. And, once again, oh boy, we're going to get it. We're going to get it this time. Let's get short. Oh, stopped out. And this was one hell of a mean reversion here. I mean, this was one hell of a failure here, a reversal. That's 14 handles. This is 7. And no statistic. So, is this a double bottom? Maybe. That's good environment to, I'm keeping my nose out of it. Put it that way. I'll leave this on just to see what happens. And I'm going to step aside here and just keep an eye on things. And no IB low. Oh boy. You can just imagine how many people got clobbered on that. And that's the whole game. Bring them down here, tease them, get them all going for that continuation trade, and come back and take the stops. Because you sell, what is this? This is the trade entries would be stops, so you're buying them, right? So how do you make money? Well, if you're long, they're short and you're long, what's the way to make money? Well, maybe there, maybe here. It's not that complicated a game, Boom. No cigar. Everybody's short. Well, so that means that all the high time frame are long because it's a zero-sum business. For every trade, every time somebody sells, that means somebody was buying. Right here. And that's how they made money. And these guys all lost it. All these people selling down here, these guys bought it up here. And they brought it up here and made money. Same idea. I think it's just that simple, actually, to be honest about it. Okay, now let's see what we get done over here now. I may have changed those names the wrong way. I better think about that. Okay, I need to think about this without thinking about other things at the same time. I think I don't want to get this screwed up. So I'm going to give you my strongest advice to be careful. This is a mass day, and they're going to start, they're going to start round 2, 3, and 4 here pretty quick. Oh, man. Wow, those poor people. Yeah. Wow. Let's see now. What was I going to do here? I'm going to try to implement this while I'm standing around doing nothing. So the way this would work then is as follows. Trying to decide whether I want to rename the position start or not. I can show you how this works. So I can change this name to T start. And T stop. Now, what it's gonna want to do is, first thing I've got to do is change these to wherever I want. Where to go? 440 and 441. And 441. I may want to also have a criteria about position start and stop for this session, but this right now, and what's going to happen is it's going to want me to tell it when I save this. It's going to ask me the values for the T start and T stop. So T start is minutes from the start of the session. Come on, there you go. Okay. And the next one is going to be minutes from the end of the session. Okay. Now, these values have no meaning. The values will be set over here. And right now they would be set to 60 and 60. Just because that's what I have there so far. And I will change that to the rest of those for the other long and the two shorts. That will not affect the end of day. I don't think. I should be doing this. I'm not going to do this now. You see how it's delaying? Okay, I'm not going to do this stuff now because the market's still trading. This is stuff to be done in the homework period, but I thought it would be fun to see this stuff. And so minutes from the end of the session. Well, how many minutes is that? 300? Oh, no. It's 250. 60 is okay, and then I want to do it. I want to have it be at 11 o'clock. So that's 450 minus 150, 210. Let me just make sure about that stuff. I had to think about that so I don't screw myself up. 150. 300, yeah, that's right. So that would be 300 minutes. There you go. Because it's 450 divided by 3. So the first RTH1 is from 8:30 till 11. And then another 150 minutes and another 150 minutes. So there you go. Now that should not have any effect on anything right now. Except it will not enter any trades. Cool. If I could get away with that, I'd do it for this next one too, but I don't know. I kind of hate doing stuff like this when I find it dragging, you know. And that's a little better. Now, if I've made a mistake, I made a grand one. You always have to save the rule and modify it if you're to have it be active in the system. Uh-oh. Why is that there? Now I'm not going to save it, and I'm going to discard it, and I'm going to wonder why that's there. Let's look if I've got a typo over here. No. I guess I got over the top of that 0. Okay. Let's see what I gotta do now. Oh, I know what it is. I had already copied that. I had copied the space. What's going on here? Why is it not getting the and? Okay. Well, that's what I want anyway. So I want to get and. There we go. Copy. Save. That's going to happen every time, right? Because it doesn't know those values. So minutes from start of session and minutes from end of session on each one of the rules. Okay. Save. Close. This is boring, I realize, but I'm getting something done, huh? And then we're going to jump up here to the shorts and do the same thing. Now I've got a new variable to worry about. 2 of them, actually. Okay, there we go. Now, nothing more to worry about on that one. I'll need to update that bit of the main on the different systems I'm using. And there you go. Still no, still no initial balance trade. Can you imagine how many people are hammered over here? Oof. So what I've done is I've put that code in. I've put these, added these values for position start or trade start and trade stop. And I've entered them in all 4 of the option of the open of the trade initiation rules. In other words, there you are. For all 4 of them, the 2 longs and the 2 shorts on this particular kind of an setup. Oop, there we go. And nothing is happening over here. And yeah, do I suppose they're going to do it? Sure. Remember, for the last time, it's been the probability of not achieving the initial balance statistic today is 1.6% probability. That's pretty low. But I'll tell you what, all those boys and girls that thought we were going there here and here, maybe here, have gotten stopped out and are busy licking their wounds. And the news really gets crazy today. I'm limiting these trades for the RTH session 1, RTH 1 only now, for as far as entries. And let me point out the craziness that's going on today. Well, there was the, whatever this thing is called, where'd that go? The Board of Peace event. And now all of this, hot in rapid fire. 1250, 130, 230, 1500. That pretty much shoots the rest of the day in the head as far as I'm concerned. And now here we go. We've taken the initial balance statistic by a tick, which is all that satisfies, all required to satisfy the basic statistic. For example, when I open the statistics over here in IRT, you're going to see that that is satisfied. And I update it. Excuse me. I've got this set not to update until I tell it to. I'm trying to not have a bunch of things happening in the background, sucking up cycles. So there is the achieved statistic. You can tell because Bookmap or IRT highlights the achieved levels as blue. Per normal people, that is a statistic. Now, per me, it's an A because, let's just check. And now we have a B. Well, let's look at this now. This is kind of clever. And there's the B. And the trigger would be down here. And then it would normally trigger along, but it won't take any trades because it's after the time. Okay. And over here was the IB low, the trigger. And now who knows what's going to happen. And I think I'm going to need to change. I also have those configurations on the triggers. I'm going to, if I'm not mistaken, let me look at one of them here. IB failure long. That's what that would be right there. No. Good for me. Okay, I was thinking I had that in there as a requirement. Incidentally, there is no trigger here yet. You see that? And I need to look at the, as far as I'm concerned, this is not actually an A because it is only the low. If I'm not mistaken, I had it the close, but I have waffled back and forth on that. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure where I am at this point. Not very good, I know, but well, we can. And something else that has happened, though I try to be diligent about keeping them synchronized. The code for these session markers, signal markers, is different than for the actual rule. And that you can see that. Let's look at the A, low A, right there. Okay, that's the rule. And here's the signal. Could be different code. So that's what I want to be sure of. First, let's look at the signal. Should just be the values, and it is. Okay, so that's okay. Change those around. But you see here, need to change these. I will have to give that some thought, but I'll probably need to change these to the trade start and trade end values, which we just put in on the other on the trades themselves. That's just the signal. And the trade itself is, the stat itself is here. again, I'll have to change those, but I'm not going to do that now, standing here, you know. There you go. So it's a crazy day, boys and girls. Be careful out there. My suggestion is get outside, do some exercise, get away from the screens. This is not a risk favorable condition for the rest of the day, as far as I'm concerned. Even the initial balance trade, look at this thing. Even the initial balance trade is nothing. Had I taken, for example, had it been really signaled, A, B, no trigger till there, now you'd be sweating bullets whether this is going to break lower or and you're going to get stopped out or not. Very close to a stop out right there at the top of that, depending on your entry. Do I think that it's potentially a good trade? Well, you would imagine that a mean reversion would be the way to go for an IB failure, because that's all it's been doing all friggin' day long is rotating, right? But am I going to be on that trade? Nope. I've had too many stops in a row here. And we can see if it goes, I guess. Now we can watch it over here. So thanks a lot for coming by, and I really appreciate it. Thumbs up, subscribe, that'd be a huge help. Drop something in the chat. This is a crazy idea. I think this would work. Are you nuts? Whatever. I've got pretty thick skin. And remember that this is my virtual trading journal. What I'm doing now, and this constant narration is the only way to get what I'm thinking into the stream and the recording. By no means do I imply that this is a my way or the highway deal. And I would be really appreciative of any suggestions of, of trade setups that you use. Delta Blues on here in the music department. I don't hear this stuff, so if the music sucks or it's too loud or whatever else, drop something in the chat. I don't have speakers in my office here. If I want to hear the music or whatever's going on, I need to put on my headset. I don't stand here with it on all the time. That's the reason I have a mic and a mixer and all that stuff, because I got tired of standing here for months at a time with that headset on. My ears were turning into mushroom. Okay. Well, the news is nasty. I would say, I don't mean it's nasty. I don't mean it's inappropriate. What I mean is there's a high potential risk on at the moment. And if you're not aware of that, you haven't been trading these past few months. No political comment whatsoever. It's just a fact. Right now we have a huge possibility of dramatic impact on our auction based on some random comment. It is what it is. I don't know what else to say. Again, it's not any kind of a political comment. It's just the truth. So you're stopped out on that phantasmal trade. It would have been a, and we're not getting the A signals on the bottom side. There's a B. Will that come up here and pick up a trigger? I don't know. It won't take a trade, of course, because it's after 12. If it picks up a trigger, then we'll see what happens. I don't know why the A didn't print. You know. Irritating. And I want to stress that these signal markers have nothing to do with the trading rules, other than I'm trying to get them to be synchronized. Because a couple of people, Garrett and a couple other guys, wanted to use this as something to follow for trading. So I wanted these signals to be right. Not that it was going to be a magic trade for them deal, but so that they could follow along and understand the methodology. And anybody else who wants the thing, I'm happy to, if you trade with IRT, let me know and I'll, throw something in the chat. Like, subscribe, of course. Throw something in the chat. And I'll send you the chart def, no problem. If you could use the session prices, I push them live continuously from 1700 on Friday through 1600. I'm on Sunday through 1600 on Friday, and I'm happy to share that link. It's a Google link, so you just drop the thing in your Cloud Notes or your indicator or whatever your program of choice, and you get these session prices continuously updated. 24/7 until 24 or 5, I guess it would be 5.5. Okay, so we've got a couple of signals down here now. That's correct. Why that didn't happen over here, I don't know. This doesn't matter because there's no trade. Well, it did take a trade, so right now it's something wrong. I changed that not to take a trade until those, this is why I have this system contained within the IRT simulated environment. Would I be pretty disappointed if this short had just been executed over here in my AMP account? Yeah, I sure would. Even if it goes on to a spectacular profit, I would be disappointed because I wasn't planning on it. And I thought I had just corrected those. Maybe what I forgot to do, if you don't save and modify the rule, it does not happen. This happens to be IBC continuation short trade right here. 430. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's correct. 430.0. Start is greater than 440 and less than 441. Well, why? Oh, how could that be? Do I have my numbers for 440 and 441 backwards, upside down, or something like that? I don't know. This is why you do these things in your homework time. I'm doing it now because I'm not planning on trading today. It's doing okay, huh? If you're seeing this over here, it's butting along. But I have made the decision earlier, and I'll rethink it during the non. You see? Saving. You see, I had not modified that rule, and the trade is not put on because it didn't meet the qualification. That's what I thought. So, good. Let's just let that be a lesson. in case you use IRT. There's some nuances to the system, and I am just barely on the surface of it. I was really, that's a pretty basic thing that I've covered and known how to do for a long time, to limit between those position start and stop things. And I was wondering what the hell was wrong. That was it. I had not gotten the modify rule in there. Make sure I've done so on the rest, actually. Let's just stop. I don't want to do that. What am I doing here? There we go. All right. Well, I wish you... I'm going to get some exercise here. It's 12 o'clock. The next event in the rodeo is just started. So I'd say get outside, go have lunch, chase mama down, whatever it is you do when you're not standing here getting stopped out. I'd suggest doing that. That's what I'm planning to do. I'll tell you that right now. Pretty amazingly evenly distributed distribution here. I mean, there's the POC smack frickin' dab in the middle of that thing, I'd say, pretty much. So yeah, what's volume doing for us here? 115%. So volume's a little bit high. And the ATR's dropped down now to 3.5. It was clear up here around 6. So depending on how you're trading, remember that that's the average true range on a 1 minute bar. So if you have even at this point, if you have a 3-point stop, you better have a pretty good entry, or you're going to get taken out just on the ATR. That kind of volatility is also, I think, has figured into my drawdown streak here. Okay, I'll try to get back around 2 as usual for a discussion on the back test and stuff. I'm just going to mute off here and let the music rip. And again, exercise caution. I can't say that enough. In case you are new to the picture here, Blue Boy here is an extremely expensive proprietary indicator called a vertical line. I put this on the first print of each session, and I can prove it. There's the RTH, the ETH, and here we are again for the RTH. Nothing more than a visual cue for me, or clue. When I glance to the left, if I see Blue Boy over here, I know that I have the entire session in view. So I have a firm understanding, or I better have, of context. Because context is in my opinion, remember everything I say here is me talking to me in my journal. This is how I get my thinking into the journal and the recording. Context is the most important fundamental thing. I don't want to trade. I wouldn't have taken these trades up here because that's picking a top. And it's a short against context. Now, what happened? Well, we were higher highs and higher lows, and then all of a sudden we're not anymore. Now we're lower highs and lower lows. Thank you. Probably something to do with news, I guess. So that's where I'm at. And we've taken out pretty much every statistic. Yep, we did. We certainly did. We got out the high right over here. So there is, we've even taken out the previous close. And there's our IB high right up here. Yeah, it's pretty evenly balanced, centrally located POC distribution. If you want to think about it in terms of it's better if I showed that this way, I guess. If you want to think about it in terms of value, the value areas are these blue zones. Value area meaning nothing more than where 70%, I have it set for 70% to kind of fit in with everybody. It's actually, I think, 68.9 or something like that percent of the volume of the trade is taking place for the volume. Outside of volume, outside of volume. Notice that we are what a market profile guy, Jim Dalton, would say, are values overlapping to lower. That's the way they would reference the market. This is still not picking up it's still not picking up that limiting factor correctly, and I'm not sure what the hell to do about that, or what to think about that, but I need to look into that. That's why this is running. I want to reiterate again for any new folks that are passing through, this is my trading system based on, or developed for the initial balance trades. Two of them. An initial balance, an IB continuation off the high, an IB failure off the low, off the IB high, and vice versa, IB failure, IB continuation. These are the rules that validate that, entry, trade management, and hopefully these frickin' flags over here. And this system has nothing to do with this chart, or this chart has nothing to do with the system, more to the point, except for these custom indicators that I've developed, replicate exactly where the rule levels would be. The pullback, the continuation zone, the trigger zone, the pullback zone, etc. Now, we have, through the course of the morning here, just on stream, I developed criteria because I have been toying with this for a while and done some stats on it, and I am not going to enter any trades past RTH 1. Now, RTH 1 is very simple. The RTH trading session is 450 minutes. And you divide that by 3, and you get 150 minutes each. That's from 08:30 in the morning Central Standard Time to 1600. So there you go. So I have this criteria, which I thought I had figured out. Creating some V-pound variables. Right here and here. So this is the position trade start, position trade stop. It's based on the minutes from the open. Set these wherever you want. I thought 300 was right. 2 150s is 300 last time I checked. Another 150 would be 450, so. That ought to be right. Okay, so that's those two V-pound variables. And then those V-pound variables are put into, for example, this is a long failure that is just supposedly entered over here. And there is a T-start is greater than 440 and less than 441. So something is wrong with that. It didn't limit the trade. Modify the rule. Okay. And there it's, no, it did it again, and now it's entered another one. I'll have to dig into that. That's why you do this stuff. Typically, absolutely, I'm not thinking about trading this now, but very definitely this is homework. This is stuff you should do away from the market, so I'm not confused, and I'm easily confused. So there you go. But that'll be set up and working properly tomorrow, and I'm not sure why it isn't now. I got no idea. Anyway, there you go. I'll be back around 2. Come back by here at 2 for how I go through the backtesting and that stuff, and then market wrap. And I think I may have to dodge out with my daughter. We'll see. Music's on. Put it on. Our buddies over here at got Blue Boy on the job. A lot of sad retail folks right here. And a bunch of FOMO guys right here. Oh, it's going to break down, and now some more of them, you know. And we're right in the middle of a Trumpathon, so be careful. I want to be sure I mentioned this before in case I didn't. Pretty sure I did, but you know, I wanted to be clear with anybody that's passing through here. First of all, thanks a lot for coming in. I'm not monetizing anyway, so likes and subs are really great, and comment in the chat. I'm going to be stepped away here for a couple minutes, but back in a little bit. I just wanted to be sure that this is live market data coming from Rhythmic through my AMP account, being traded by IRT, Investor RT, but contained within the Investor RT simulated environment. So trade like that you would see, even though it went to T1 for whatever reason. Only contained here, not being pushed to my live AMP account, which I trade live on this side. And it reminds me, I want to turn off. I want to first cancel and close, flatten to be sure everything's okay, and cancel the trade control panel. Now, the cat can come, sashaying across here and nothing's going to happen because I do have my my hotkeys activated on my keyboard as well. So one note about that, if you trade with your keyboard, as I did for a long time, you can do that easily on Bookmap, but you have to have the focus of the computer must be on the Bookmap application, which is, that's a standard thing in all OS. So that's not anything out of this world. The reason I've switched to the mouse and specifically this chart active data column, I think it's much faster and much more accurate or precise. You can enter a market order easy with your keyboard, but that's where it is. If you want to put a limit order here, I don't know how to accurately do that with a keyboard in Bookmap. So that's a note, and I wanted to be sure that it was understood that this is not part and parcel of my actual live funded account funded by myself with my money. What I do typically is replicate. Look at there's the dump. I typically replicate a signal trade from IRT, and I'll take it manually in Bookmap, but not after the cutoff, which is RTH 1. And I'm on a string of drawdown, so we'll talk about that at the top of the hour when I'm back here to talk about that. Well, maybe talk about it now. I am the way, if you know anything about vetting a trade, you establish the criteria for the setup and the parameters. You build whatever code is necessary so that you can programmatically capture a statistically significant data set. In other words, the computer does it and there's no discretion involved. When the computer does this backtest, it evaluates every one of those rules every 1 minute, period. If the rule says fly a kite, piss up a rope, whatever, that's what it's going to do. No discretion. If it says that the bar must close below the line, not just the low below the line, that's what it's going to do. And that you have to be that precise about it in order to have statistically significant data, because you have to compare apples and apples. Okay. So after you've done that, which I have done for the initial balance trades, and you determine that it has a positive edge, and you know over how many days, in my case it's 498 days, which is about 900 trades. 500 days equates to 498 trading days. So many consecutive winners in a row, so many consecutive stops in a row. Average winners, average losers, all those metrics. Well, in the case of a drawdown, the first thing you're looking at is, Jesus, how many stops in a row have I had? Well, in the system, there were 6. So if it's less than 6 or 6, there's nothing wrong with your system. There's no reason, nor should you change anything, because it's within parameters. Now, what's happened to me is it's gone over that. As of yesterday, and I'm not trading anymore, is 10 consecutive stops in a row. So I need to figure out what's wrong or gone wrong. Is it the system? Is it some parameter that I changed unknowingly? Is it me? Is it the market? Before I throw more money at the market, right? That's only common sense. So that's where this is at this moment. And I try to eliminate things like making changes that I haven't verified. The way that you do it systematically is you run a backtest on the system. Then you change one parameter that you think might have a positive effect or negative. And then you run another back test. If it's positive, you know which to take the next step or to undo that step. That's how I understand to approach it, and that's what I'm doing. So, and why this took that trade, I don't know. Unless this, no, that shouldn't have done it. I don't know. It's something I really have to look into, obviously, and it's done it again right here. Now, so something is wrong with my filter. Something is wrong with that main filter here, and you notice all these V-pound variables. I'll have to add those two V-pound variables to make sure they are being calculated properly, or I did some stupid thing, which is stupid happens, man, a lot. All right, that's enough of that. So I wanted to get that out of the way in case I had missed it. Not out of the way, but covered in case I had missed it. So I appreciate people coming by here, and I don't want to have that be a problem. I'll be right back. Well, how we doing? Man, that a lot of people getting clobbered today. Be real careful. I guess that ought to be obvious. But day like today, you need to be real careful. We still have Trump at 1250, Trump at 1330, Trump at 1340, doing stuff. So it's been a constant flow of fun. Not saying there's anything wrong with any of that. I'm saying be really careful because there's always a possibility of a risk event. Here's today. The height of indecision, or no decision. What have we got for news tomorrow? PMI, new home sales. Well, okay. And there's earnings, but I don't think there's any big earnings tomorrow. I think the last of the Mohicans as far as this Mag 7 is NVIDIA, and that's going to be the 25th, as I understand. Yeah. Typically, Friday wouldn't be a big day like that. So, yeah, be real careful. It's just a crazy... Not sure why there's this huge pressure on... Huge... Whoa. That's pretty interesting. What the hell is that? I don't know what that's all about. I don't think that investing.com is a unsafe site, but you never know. I've been using it for probably a decade. I'll have to look into that. That was probably an ad in disguise. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what they come up with here for the afternoon. Okay. Be careful out there. It's a minefield, baby. Welcome to the stream. I really appreciate people dropping by. Like and subscribe would be super. I'd appreciate that. I'm only in it for the likes and subs, so thanks a lot. Okay. Boy, we have a chop-orama. Pretty disappointed as to why in the hell this is not working right, though. There's a problem. I clicked the wrong damn button because I didn't see it right. Minutes from end of session, not seconds. Stupid. Well, yeah, being able to see is a big help, isn't it? Let me see what the other one is correct now. Minutes from start. Okay, that's exactly what the problem is. Funny how those little technicalities can come back to haunt you, isn't it? Now that I did that, yeah, and that's took it away. That's exactly right. And we just confirmed them all to be correct now. Okay. Okay. I'm liking that. I don't mind problems as if I can sort them out. I don't like if it's a typo or an old guy eyes or something like that. That's one thing, but if it's some mysterious out of no place thing, I don't like that. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Those signal markers are still not firing as I expect they should, but that's a different story that I've been dealing with for a while, and I can't put my finger on what it is, actually. And what I'm going to do now is change this edit as an extra measure of safety on the trigger. You see, this is the trigger. So what the system would look for is these three flags to be correct, and then the context, and if I had it activated, the context in the ATR filter, and if so, then it would enter the trade and there would be a flag there. Same way with here. But if I put that criteria in the trigger signal, then this final flag would not be activated, and then it would add an extra measure of safety. Not that it may be necessary, but these won't. These will remain until the end of day rule happens, which will flatten and clear all the flags. So that's how that works, in case you're interested. The way this whole thing works, I guess while we're here, we might as well do the backtest story. I've already talked about my how I approach the market as a random environment, and how I identify a signal or a setup, and then the rules that qualify it, and collect the data to vet that system. Now, what that is here. So I identify that it initial balance statistic is a reasonable strategy to try to vet, because there's two. There's a continuation and a failure for each of the initial balance, high and low. Happens every day. That's a good criteria. Pretty simple, straightforward rules, I believe. So that's what we have right here. Now I've just gotten through coding some stuff because I have now decided that I'm not going to be entering trades after RTH 1. RTH 1 is real simply calculated. There's 450 minutes in the RTH session from 8:30 until 1600, and you divide that by 3, you get 150. So 150 minutes is RTH 1, 300 minutes is RTH 2, and 450 is Bob's your uncle, RTH 3. So there you go. Now, these are the rules. This chart typically has nothing to do with the rules or the system, other than these custom indicators that I have built here accurately reflect the rules. The pullback zone, the pullback zone, the continuation zone, the trigger zone, of course the IB on each side. In this current situation, I'm sending the signals to this chart, and that's what was being plotted over here, so that I can visually confirm that this stuff is happening where and when I expect it to. And that was the purpose for building this chart, actually, and to try and backtest manually. And I suddenly realized, after about 5 minutes, that was completely ridiculous. To have any kind of a statistically meaningful data set or subset of data of occurrences of that setup, specifically as coded, was impossible manually for me, because you're going to be looking at, high as opposed to close, what I mean? All those kind of nuances. So never mind. What I have done then was taken this to the next step, which is the backtest. That's why I ended up building it over here. So here's the backtest setup, and let's backtest 500 days and see what happens with this configuration. The instrument, the contracts, the session, the reports I want to look at. And before we do that, let's look at the configuration to know what we're expecting the system to be doing. 12-tick stop, 36-tick T1, 36-tick T2. At 12 ticks, the stop trails to entry. Okay. That's kind of not normal for my usual setup, which is 12, 12, 48. but why not? Let's see what we get here. That's the beautiful part about this. You can do a lot. Once it's set up like this, you can do lots of what ifs, right? And manually optimize. Not curve fit, but optimize. So now we've set it up, and all I have to do is go like this, and it will backtest every 1 minute bar for 500 days. Boom. 498 days, 223,291 1 minute bars. It took 9 seconds. The computer evaluated every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, 291,000 of them, and it took 9 seconds. Isn't that still amazes me every time I do this. So, a pretty dismal result right here. Oh, and you know something else that's happening that hasn't happened before, and that's interesting. I have the 90-minute trade cutoff that we just coded in and did all that stuff that we're just working on. That has cut this down by a third, and I can show you that. So anyway, let's continue on with how the backtesting works and what the outputs are. So here is the there's 294 trades over 198 days, 65.29. Maximum favorable excursions $1.80, negatives 30. That's about right. Net profit per day, trades per day, long and short. Capital required. And then over here is a pretty important little guy, which shows each trade. How many winners? Oh, thank you. What is that? Oh, a poisonous. Okay. I love it when she warns me that I'm being poisoned. Winning trades, average winner. Losing trades, average loser. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. Pretty cool, huh? Now, this is pretty amazing to me, actually, that would have such a difference. And here's a really interesting report. This is every trade, every 294 trades, or usually it's in the 1,000 trades, the exact moment it was entered, what the exit results are, and the outcome, time, prices, everything you need to look it up, and you can look at every single one of them. I then would take that data to this sheet, and each one of these lines is a backtest, like we just did. Now, these are recent that I did over the weekend, and I was doing from November 1st, first of the year, month, just to see. These are typical 498 days. This was a typical, here's a typical setup of my usual risk neutral setup, which is, first of all, I'm sorry, interest, instrument, tick value, periodicity, stop, T1, T2, number of contracts, scale or not, and ATR. There's 598 of them. There's 600 trades, 233 positive. Average winner is $33. It doesn't look right, but okay. And there's average losses, average loser, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, etc. This is not correct. I'm sure that this is should have this 12 here. which is where it trails to break even. And 77% win rate, and on down the line. And you can even do Saltino and Sharp ratio and all of those things. Now that's really interesting. I'm going to have to put what I do when I've made for example, when I made a change like the rules, this is the existing rule that I changed, and changed to what. So I'm going to put, this will be the trades available all day, and then I'm going to have it be RTH1. And I'll do both, right? That's how I believe you can accurately backtest, know you've got a system to lean on, and then whenever this presents itself in the live market, you take the trade. You don't make any changes until something goes wrong over here. Consecutive winners, consecutive losers. And in this case, in my case now, I've got a problem I'm trying to sort out, because more consecutive losses in a row than were provided for or accounted for in the data set. So that's how I do it. I also have a scale-up sizing methodology here, which there's no discretion involved in it. It's a trade micros until the tick value of the micros achieved, number of ticks, equals 1.33 times a risk neutral 2-lot mini full stop, which is 319 ticks. And then it scales up to, mini from a micro. That's the way I'm approaching this market and this business. So there you go. And what's going on now? Well, now he will be doing a factory tour. So that's going to be a big, I wonder where this is all taking place. Local business, podcast, factory tour. This is all happening somewhere. Must be one of the states that's having a real election problem. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea where he is, but good for him. Nice that he gets out and gets between the people, I guess. So there you go. That's the backtesting story. At the bottom of the hour, I'll do a market recap as usual, and then we'll have the market on close and balance orders at 1450, and the stream closes down at 1500. That's the cash close every day. There you go. Any questions? Throw them in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe. That's huge. Huge help for me. Good, and I would really appreciate chat feedback. That's I take it seriously, so that'd be great. In the meantime, then, while I'm standing here, I guess we'll just keep watching what's going on over here. What a day. I bet there are so many bummed out people and broken accounts today. That's so disappointing. I feel so sorry for everybody when that kind of thing happens. All right, so if you're hanging around here and at all interested, here's how these signals, when I started this system, I made the rules of the trading system and then copied the signal markers as the rules, right? But over time and changes, they've gotten out of sync, and that's strictly my fault because I'm an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not a whiz-bang kid from somewhere. Here's what can happen. In my memory and original coding, the A signal was that the bar would open higher and looking at an I below, right? The bar would open higher than the close, and the close would be below the IB. Now, I've changed that, obviously, at some point to where the open is higher than the low, and that the wait a minute here. The open that the low is less than this one, and the close is greater than one, which is in the signal bar back. So this is that the open is above the bar, and the low, not the close, is below the IB. That's why this little nib down there triggered an A, and I was questioning that in my mind. Same way here. Same way here. Well, here's an actual one where the close is below the IB, but anyway. And then there's another rule which says that the bar previous to the signal bar needs to open higher than the close. That's just to keep continuity. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to look at the signal for that, and the way, see, there's the rule, the statistic, and here's the signal, which appears on that chart over there. Let's see what that says. And what I've done here is only the position stuff, and then only the flags. So that's got to be the issue, because we set 80 to 1, 280 to 1. Oh, and that's another thing. 80 needs to be 0 and 280 needs to be 0. So that's what these references are up here about. So anyway, all right. I guess it's not. I thought I was onto a smoking gun there, but I'm going to have to dig further into it. I'll have to compare it to the other flags that did work, like this one and that one. See what the difference is. Anyway, so there you go. So we're past the witching hour here. Yeah. Oh boy. So what do we have? Well, market recap. There we go. One giant chopathon, news-driven news fest. Pretty tight range, really. 94 to 56, 40 handles. Considering we've been flipping 100-point ranges and sessions like it's nobody's business lately. So this is a real tight range. There's no real big news events coming out tomorrow. Oh, I'm wrong. Let me make sure. Well, let's look at that again in a second here. So there we are. Here's the day. Just a chop fest. Balanced. Was a doji most of the day, or just a thin line here, completely indecision. What it's waiting for, who knows? There was talk of military action in Iran this weekend. I don't know where that came from in the news last night, but it did. volume at this point is been holding over 100%, and this is for this time of day, looking back 120 or looking back 20 days. Our ATR is way down here on a 1 minute chart, and this has got a delta volume, delta divergence indicator up here if you want to look at that, if I wanted to. All right, let's look at the bigger picture then for tomorrow and see what we can imagine is going to happen. Well, first of all, I need to do something here. I don't know what happened to this, but okay, well, so the tomorrow we're looking for, this is investing.com, and all these ads and stuff are flying around here because this is free. And I keep it that way so that anybody coming through the stream can have the advantage of these resources. We've got S&P PMI. GDP, core price, PCE prices, Michigan numbers out tomorrow. This is free, and you can filter it any way you would like for wherever you live and whatever reports you're interested in. And one of the nice things I like about it, first, I like the presentation to screen snap and post like in Discord or wherever. Second of all, notice how each one of these event titles turns to a URL. So if you don't know what core PCE index is all about, you can click that and go read about it and see who puts it out and what the previous postings were and releases and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty good, pretty comprehensive. Also, we're in the thick of earnings season. It'll be light tomorrow. I think we just talked about that a few minutes ago. But it'll be late tomorrow because it usually is on a Friday. That's all there is tomorrow. Have a look at today. I'll show you the difference between. Well, this is today. It's amazing, huh? And I'm not done. There you go. That was just the earnings reports out today. So, if you're an earnings trader, you got your work cut out for you now, boy. And the other news service that I use is Financial Juice. Again, as I pointed out a number of times today, Financial Juice has a similar docket here, but one thing they do, which I appreciate, is they bring all these non-economic related events into their docket with the timing so that I can be aware of the potential risk. That will never happen over here on investing.com. You'll never see any non-traditional economic report or event listed over here. So that's pretty important in this day and age where these kind of things can have a huge important, be a critical risk event for our auction. And then the right side is more of a squawk box, and this is kind of an ongoing commentary, and this is where we will see the market on close imbalance orders posted at 1450, about 10 minutes. There you go. I appreciate you coming by the stream, really a lot. Please interact in the chat because that's, it's nice. Trading's a lonesome game, You're standing here by yourself 10 hours or 12 hours a day, and it's nice to interact on a focused subject, So, thank you. I appreciate it very much. And Okay, let's see what else. Well, we sorted out that drama with I want to get back to those signal markers, which I will do pretty quick. Wait for that market on close orders at 1450, and I guess it's as good a time as any for my feel about taking care of yourself. I got to update these chapter markers so I have them all. And things I forget about them sometimes. Some of the important ones, like the importance of trade location and entry location and risk to reward, you know, how important that is to success. Many things that I forget, how stupid the win rate is when taken by itself, and it's the thing they always babble about on YouTube. It's just nothing but clickbait, waste of time, taken by itself, for example. At this point, I want to bring out the most important tool you have in your trading office is you, sitting on your side of the monitor. You know, we spend a lot of time and money and effort on monitors and internet connections and indicators and software and mentoring and on and on and on. And all of that is 100% completely futile. If you break down, you are the weakest link, or could certainly be the weakest link in that chain. Your eyes take in all that data. Your mind processes all that information. Far more information than a computer could do. And then you make financial decisions that affect you and your family, your life. And so many people don't pay attention to that fact. And, you know, be sure you're well rested. Be sure you're hydrated. Be sure you're not on emotional tilt. Be sure that you've got proper mindset going into the market. Do your homework. Do all your planning, your risk analysis, the stop sizing. All of those things should be done during your homework period when the market's done and away from you and quiet and you're cool, calm, and collected, you know, and you can think properly. That's really, really important. And your health. Be healthy. Exercise. You got to remember that we are in a zero-sum environment or business. And that means that for every buy order, there is a seller. It's virtually impossible for the futures market to have more buyers than sellers or vice versa. It's impossible because we trade a contract which requires one party on either side of the contract. So every time you sell right here, somebody says, it's going to go up, and they buy it. The way the market moves up and down is aggression. If sellers are aggressive and they cross the inside market and hit the bid, price goes down. If buyers are aggressive and they cross the inside market and raise the ask, price goes up. But there's never more than one or the other trading as trades, right? There can be resting liquidity way out of balance. Usually it's not. If you look at the order book, it's usually pretty close. But that can be different, and that price. So that's something that you really need to remember and take it one step further. If it's a zero-sum game and the price is going down like this, it's going down because people are selling it. Well, remember that every one of these sells has got somebody on the other side buying it. How is that person going to make money? Typically, if it's a higher time frame, they have plenty of money. They're accumulating inventory, and they're going to take price this way and take out all the stops. Create liquidity by taking out stops. The nature of the game, and you got to remember that the people, you know, On the other side of our trades, most of the time, are some of the most highly educated, young, fit, extremely well-funded institutional traders. And they have no malice or forethought or care about your stops. They come into the market every morning, and their job is to win. Their job is to be on the side of that trade that wins, that takes profit. It's not personal, but it's also, there's also, they're never going to give you a quarter. It's, you know. So if you think you're going to, you know, wake up half hungover and had a fight with mama and come staggering into your office and do any good, chances are pretty good that's not going to happen, you know. Slap on an old pair of flip-flops and run down to the gym and expect you're going to do a one-on-one with Michael Jordan. That's probably not going to work. And that's kind of the same thing that we do. So exercise, even if it's as simple as in your office, push your chair out of the way while you're watching the screens and do, you know, body weight squats, get some dumbbells in there and do some curls while you're watching the market. Whatever it takes. Exercise. And another thing that's really important is your eyes. You keep your eyes short, focused eye muscles in constant tension looking at these screens. You need to stop, get away, look out down the horizon, down the street, over the neighbor's fence, whatever, and rest your eyes every hour or two. That's huge if you're going to try to be a trader long term. So we're going to have the market on close orders here in about 2 minutes. And let's see what happens. With all this news falterall, I can't tell you how happy I am to not be involved. I'm going to be working on that backtesting here the minute the session closes down. And remember that I trade every day and stream every day, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning with a complete pre-market setup, both bookmap and IRT, and the charting and the statistics and, you know, bracket orders and all that stuff. And I'm pretty detailed. Everything's explained in detail and justified why. And this site, this stream is completely transparent and fully accountable. I trade live on bookmap from my own funded account with AMP futures. I don't know what else to say. In case you missed it early on in the day, this is my virtual journal. Everything that I'm watching is captured on the video, and my voiceover here, my narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. Makes it pretty handy. I push it to YouTube so that I can have a more permanent record for transparency, etc. And also I can review the stream on any device, and that's pretty handy considering the stream is 7 hours long. Now, with the trades, my trading window being narrowed down now to, I'm pretty sure I will. Anyway, I went over that at length earlier today, to the first 90 minutes of the first 150 minutes, which is RTH 1. I would be able to limit the stream. The reason for the length of the stream is I have a commitment to never take a trade off the stream. So active streaming, I might limit, you know, to that 150 minutes, and then leave the stream up, leave the stream running so that people can have advantage of bookmap and those things that I normally keep, you know, on the front stage here, like bookmap and IRT, but not be so focused on trying to find trades and continually pushing it here on my end. And there's our market on close imbalance. Absolutely nothing, baby. Not surprising. Been a nothing burger kind of day, huh? Well, there you go. 534 million sell side, 518 million sell side NAS, 154 million sell-side Dow, and 181 million sell-side Mag 7. That's the market on close imbalance. Last week was phenomenal. See if I can find it for you here. Look at this. 2,904,000,000 sell-side S&P 500 contracts. Imagine that at $12.50 a contract. I mean, and the rest are not a slouch. 1,672,000 NAS, 857 million the Dow, and 915 million Mag 7, all sell side. And that was the 12th. That was pretty. I don't think I've ever seen one higher. Maybe, I just don't remember, but I don't think so. Pretty amazing. And we think they're hunting our stops. They're not hunting our stops. What they're doing is, when they come into the market with a large order, the only way they can execute that order efficiently without shooting themselves in the foot is to manipulate or create an environment where they get a big pool of liquidity that can use up their orders. And that is done with a stop run. They watch. They'll run it up and back and up and back and up and back until they know that there is a huge quantity of stop orders who, all these retail folks that are just dying to pick a top or pick a bottom, and then they just zoom down through it and there's their order filled without a big negative impact on their order. It's common sense. If you wanted to go long and you wanted to go long at the IB and you had a method that you could get a bunch of traders to put their orders down below there, and you ran into it and took that and filled all those orders, that'd be pretty handy, wouldn't it? That's all they're doing. They are manipulating the market conditions so that they have liquidity enough to exercise their orders. Boop. Sometimes we get so, especially me anyway, I get so involved in thinking about this nitty gritty crap and coding this and that and on strategy something and the nuances of strategy or something like that. And you kind of, I find it more interesting and more enjoyable to think about the bigger picture like that. Like how they design an environment where they can execute, where they can develop enough liquidity to execute their big orders without negative impact. And it's easy to see just by looking at the order book. You can easily, here's, let's just call these all 100. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 contracts. Well, if you had a 600 lot order and you hit into that, you're going to wipe out the first 5 layers of liquidity, right? Liquidity, or a liquidity vacuum, that's called, or basically stop run, but that's how it works. They take out several levels of price because their order is bigger than however many of those levels there are. I don't have that problem. I don't see any 2 lots around here anywhere, so I guess or 1 lot, so I guess I can't take them out. this thing. Geez, I'll be glad when this is vetted and in the can, and I'm moving on. Okay, 3.5 minutes till the top of the hour. Remember the stream, 8 o'clock every trading day morning. Going to be some news tomorrow morning. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I think this thing keeps going, doesn't it? Yeah, there's 1500. There's going to be a big speech from Trump on the economy. So, you know, praise God and pass the ammunition. We're not going to be involved in that. And he's somewhere at 4:30, at 14:30. So wherever he is, he's somewhere where he can do things in pretty rapid succession, from a visit at local business to a podcast to a factory tour to a speech on the economy, all within a couple hours. That's pretty quick transport there, I would think. Pretty close. I have no idea where, or yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. So we got about 2 minutes. And once again, thanks for passing by. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe. Hit the little bell thingy. I guess that helps. I don't know. Most importantly, not most importantly, but equally important, contribute in the chat. I really, if it's nothing more than where are you? I think you're full of shit. Whatever, Be honest, I'm a big boy. Pretty broad shoulders over here. I should say pretty full of crap. This is a family friendly. Of course, I guess with the President of the United States dropping the F-bomb every time he turns around, I don't have to worry about it much, I guess. That's another thing that I find so strange. Among a lot of things, but that's one I would have never expected. Heightened geopolitical tensions push stocks lower. Yeah. Okay, well, I see a good-looking gal walking by the door here. I might have to slide down there and chase her down the hall. You never know. Timing's pretty good. Whoa, here we go. Less than a minute. Timing's great. All right. So remember Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal, every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market, the setup, statistics, analysis of what I imagine is going to happen with today, which happens pretty frequently. I'm pretty close to pretty good track record there on a bigger picture, in terms of what the market will probably do at the open and into the first few periods of the session. And yeah, here we go. 10 seconds. Ooh, baby. Have a great day. I hope the weather is wonderful wherever you are. If you're snowing or if you're, laying out getting a suntan, whichever it is you prefer. Terrible news about those folks skiing in Tahoe, up around Tahoe there. Really too bad. There we go. That is the cash close. Now, are we going to get a market on close? I mean, a closing swing trade. You never know. The market on close orders had a little bit of a bump. There's 7 hours and 42 seconds. Have a great rest of your day. And be back here at 0800.